Ow, Bubby. Good morning. Can you all hear me? Is it too loud or is it just okay? Okay, cool. I'm not sure. I think Soda said that she was coming, and I don't know how much help she needs, like, with crochet, so I'm gonna wait a few minutes to see if she shows up, like, quickly, but, like, obviously I can get more yarn if she needs help, but I'd like to give some time for people. How is everybody today? Yes, Bob, I have a big sip. I'm gonna move this because I don't want it making the screen refocus every few seconds. Okay, I'm pretty excited. I'm really excited about this yarn because the color lot is called Wizard, and I'm just really all about that. No, don't do it. You saw nothing. I'm kind of surprised he didn't take the entire ball of yarn with him when he passed through, honestly. He has a tendency to just move everything from where he's walking. I'm gonna go ahead and get a slip knot started. I'm working on a scarf today because they're one of the main things that I know how to do that they usually don't take super long, and what was I going to say about it? I don't know, I feel like they're pretty easy for beginners, and they're more interesting than just like a, oh, I didn't even demonstrate that at all, sorry. They're easier than like a blanket or something, but they're more interesting than just like a washcloth or whatever, you know. Since I'm left-handed, the way that I do everything is going to look backwards. Even the stitches, and it's not because they are different, it's basically because when you are right-handed, you do your work from the front, so you see how the front looks the whole time. And when you're left-handed, you make the same stitches, but you look at your project from the back. And that is the only reason that it looks different, is it's just facing a different way as you make it. So the way I do a slip knot is I take my yarn and I drape it over my index finger like this, and then I cross them and I pinch that little spot that I have crossed. Then I take my length and I wrap it over again so that I've got 2 on my finger. I kind of wedge the other bit into the pinch and hold all of them. So now it's as though you have 4 strings. I pull the original string that is farthest back on my finger over it, and I keep pinching, but then I can pull this loop, and it gives me the captured string that I can then put around my hook. I don't know if anybody was actually planning on like crocheting along or anything like that, but I can redo any of this stuff if need be. But for the scarf, I usually chain 113 to get the length that I want. Some people start at the width and go long ways. I'm starting very, very wide. Hi, Zach. I'm starting really wide with this one simply because it's basically a pattern that I learned very early on that I modified to make my own. And that's just how they happen to be doing it. So I'm going to chain 113. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, and this hook is a 5.5, also known as an I or a 9. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. Oh, what kind of papers do you have to write? 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, nice, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, oh shit, 77, 78, 79, 80. My hook actually slipped because I saw 20 pages. 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. Oh, that's cool, Stubby. I appreciate you coming and hanging out for a little bit. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Hi, Soda! I wasn't sure if you wanted to crochet along or if you were just watching, but I've barely started. Fuck, was I at 91? Let me count these. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56, 58, 60, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72, 4, 6, 8, 80, 2, 4, 6, 8, 90, 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that sucks, Soda, but I mean, it's good to make money. The good thing about this scarf, and why it's okay that I lost count, actually, is that's part of why I chose such an easy project, is as long as I'm on an odd number. I pulled 100? Okay. Well, if you do lose count in a project like this, if you end on an odd number, that's usually fine. More than anything. So, you can kind of fudge them a little, which is why I like very basic patterns, because I lose my place. I have to do 13 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's just my dog. 12, 13. Okay. We have 113 chained. I count the chain. Some patterns count the chain as its own, just a chain row. I count it as my row 1, just because for some reason it helps me keep track. So I'm gonna start doing a stitch that is, in US terms, it is the double crochet, and in UK it is the treble. So I'm going to take my yarn. Let me get closer to the camera because I realized I was stretching. Okay. I am going to take my yarn and I'm going to put it over my hook. And then I'm going to count 2 stitches from my hook. So the yarn is on my hook here, and then I've got 1 stitch, 2 stitch, and then in the one next to them, which would be the third, I've got my yarn over. I'm going to insert my hook into the stitch, and I'm going to grab my free yarn. I'm going to pull it through, and then I have 3 on my hook. I'm going to yarn over again for 4, and I'm going to pull through 2, leaving 2 on my hook, and then I'm going to yarn over and pull through 2 again, and then that is the beginning of row 2. I'm going to show you again. Yarn over, insert, pull up a loop, yarn over, pull through 2, yarn over, pull through 2. It's very, it's one of the, I guess you would call it like a fundamental stitch. A lot of beginners learn it fairly soon. I like it a lot because it's a very quick stitch. And this whole row is going to be double crochet stitches. Whenever I make these scarves, I don't always make them the same pattern every time throughout the middle, but whenever I make them very wide like this, I do like to, oh, there's a cat here. I do like to frame the scarf, as it were, in like a solid stitch border, something like this. I'm already starting to see little speckles of color change in this yarn. That's one of my favorite things about this yarn is I don't know if they hand dye them or not, but a lot of the colors in little ways will drift throughout the whole ball of yarn, and I think it looks really fun. And I think it really adds to the uniqueness of each thing that you make. Oh yeah, I didn't set up alerts at all. I have no idea how to do that. I don't know how many people had planned on coming in the first place, too, because I didn't really, I wasn't trying to, hella promote the stream or anything. I just kind of wanted to have a chill time with the regulars, so I didn't know how much would have been too much. I know that I want to say Quinn had planned on stopping by, but I also wouldn't be surprised if Quinn is, getting some beauty sleep. Noon to 8. I guess you'll get that rush money, that good tip money. Gotta get them tips so you can get more games. Soda's making chonk stonks, Bob. Like, absolutely. I feel that, Soda. Sometimes a Friday can also bring out bad tippers. This is our border so far. And you can kind of see, like, especially right here, where the color, where I mentioned, is just kind of like flecked throughout it. Just wherever it seems to have fallen in certain spots is where it is. That's kind of what I like about certain brands, is their dyes and the way that they do their yarn is a lot more natural of a process. And there is something to be said for pristinely, you know, colored yarns and stuff like that, but I don't know, there's just something about a homemade aesthetic that I really like, and I think it complements certain types of, like, crochet and knits and stuff like that whenever it has a little bit of variant to it, because it makes it that much more your own. I don't think he'll get loud enough, but my cat is sitting in the window and he sees a squirrel and he's death chirping at it right now. I'm just gonna, like... He's chattering. It is ridiculous. I really want to get one of those tiny microphones. I've seen people take... Not all of them are tiny. Some of them are just, like, regular sized, but people take microphones up to their cats while they're sleeping and hold them up to their noses and get little snore noises. I think it would be really funny, because our cat, sometimes whenever he sleeps, he wheezes a little bit too. He's hilarious. Oh, that's really good content, Zach. That is the best content. Ooh, yeah, do that. That would be fun for the whole Discord. Something about sleeping animals, even if it's like a hilarious sleeping animal. I just bumped my microphone. Sorry if that was a heinous noise or something. Sleeping animals are like my favorite. Something about it is very soothing to me. It's like, oh yes, peaceful babies. I have to stretch my old people knees. Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm okay. A wild Arctivish? That sounds like a Pokemon name. Sounds... I believe that I said that right. I choose to believe that I said that right. I hear Patrick furiously clicking in the other room. Oh, there he is. Congrats on the rugged Pokemon. Sai, do you think there's a lot of dead space? Because I considered adding a music element before, but I didn't know if that was easy or if that was convoluted or if that would be too much going on at once or how that would work. A lot of art streams just are kind of dead silent most of the time, which if I'm trying to watch art in the first place, it doesn't bother me. But I also know that that's kind of part of why a lot of channels that are for art, I don't know that they have as much appeal, because unless you're actively watching the entire time, like, there's not a whole lot going on. Okay. As long as it's not like, and if you don't feel like it's a weird silence or anything, because, yeah. I think we can think about it, because if the silence isn't bad, like, maybe I could do, like when I'm doing digital, maybe I will have a bit of sound in the background, versus crochet, where I might need to correspond with people more for instruction, like, a portion of it could do sound. Because I'm honestly thinking, like, very low volume, very background. This green color is about to turn into yellow. We're coming up on the end of row 1, and I think the green might actually last until the very end of the row, or like very, very close. Not quite. Now for this last stitch, I am going to take this little extra tail. Some people leave all of their ends until the very end of their project, but since this is one piece, I'm just going to go ahead and wrap it up now to get it over with. So I'm going to yarn over like I did before, go through my stitch, and I'm going to grab this tail and wrap it backwards basically, and I'm going to pinch it with this yellow, and then I'm going to take both of these and I'm going to bring them over, and then I'm going to pull both of them through the stitch so that they're both on my hook, and then I'm going to yarn over one more time, and instead of just going through 2, I'm going to be going through 2 plus the tail for 2 left on my hook, yarn over and go through 2, and that's basically how I wrap up the tails on most of the beginnings of my scarves. And that is the end of row 2, which is 113 double crochets. And this scarf is actually like, for longer scarves I will do like 213, but this one I kind of want to do like a circle scarf, or yeah, I guess that's the right word, like a circle scarf, or like a very loose cowl or something that kind of goes around the neck in a circle and just is kind of bunchy. I was doing gestures with my hands to show, but like I just realized that you have no frame of reference for what that even is going on. But anyway, moving on. For row 3, we are going to start by chaining 2, and this is called a turning chain, and that means we just do that right before we turn our work. So we take the tail of the scarf and flip it back the way over to the right if you're left-handed, and then this chain also serves as our first stitch of our next row. This next row is going to be similar to the first, the difference being, to give it a bit of style and look, we're going to do a double crochet, chain 1, and when we chain 1 we're going to skip the top of one of these stitches, and we're going to move on to the next, and it's going to make like a little ladder pattern somewhat across the row. So since this is our starting stitch basically, we are going to chain 1 again for our first space stitch. We are going to skip number 2. We're going to go into number 3. So yarn over, go into the stitch, pull up, go through 2, and go through 2 just as before. And this looks kind of like a triangle now, but I promise you when we get to the other end of the next row, it will go into the top of this and it will block out that stitch and it will make it more square shaped. And also, as you build the stitches, they all kind of tend to pull each other into place, which is very helpful. So chain 1, skip 1 stitch, double crochet. Chain 1, skip 1, double crochet. These rows tend to go even faster than the regular double crochet, but to be honest, I usually don't focus a whole lot on speed. When I first started learning how to crochet, I tried to crochet like not only as efficiently as possible with how it looked, but quicker than I really needed to, and all that really did for me was make my wrists tired. So I've chilled out a lot. When I first started, I also had this like hella death grip on all of my hooks, which at the time were metal. The one I'm using right now is plastic, and if I held my hook as intensely as I did when I was starting out, I would break them. I've broken one plastic hook already, and it wasn't from tension, it was because I actually sat on it. But it can happen. They will snap if you death grip too hard, and most of the time it isn't even really necessary. But for the beginner, when you're holding you hold your project and your hook in one hand, and you're constantly moving the project with your hand, kind of, and you're holding strings and trying to make sure everything is clear and out of its own way. So I think it's normal for people to try and hold on to things harder just so that they can actually get a look at what they're doing. But I think something to remember with crochet is it's not meant to be, like, you don't have to turn it into an Olympic sport. Like, just to make something cool, it's better if you really take your time. With most crafts. I feel like this yellow up against this green right now kind of reminds me of dandelions. Or mustard on lettuce, yeah. Or corn, because Midwestern things. Bye, Soda. I hope you have a good day at work. The crocheting goes. It goes. We started from a chain of 113 to row, I don't know how many stitches into row 3, but I'm making like I keep calling it, not like an infinity scarf, because those usually wrap around twice, so I just keep calling it a circle scarf because it's like only gonna go around once, I think. And I mean, it might go around twice, I don't know. I didn't really measure, to be completely honest with you. I just kind of dove in. We'll see how it looks whenever it's done. I'm not gonna lie, I'm notorious for designing something in my head and then not really practicing it first, but most of the time it comes out okay. Sin, that's because you're in Canada, hun. There's always snow there. That's all you have is snow and Canada gooses. That's what public school taught me. Oh yeah, that's true. Lots of syrup. That's like the main food group there. Thanks, Gwen. I really like this yarn that I got. This is some of the mandala yarn that I was telling you about that one time. I keep pulling my hook out of my crochet a little bit, and I do that all the time, and I've always done that all the time. It just slips. I'm here to tell you that if it happens to you, it's kind of like when your car starts doing something weird on the road. Just don't jerk the wheel, you know? Like, don't jerk your work around, and it probably won't all fall apart. I learned that the hard way because the first time it happened, I basically like just stared at it for a minute and didn't realize, like, it didn't compute at first because I like the hook slipped and I was working on a blanket and it was heavier yarn, and the yarn pretty much immediately started to pull itself, like and I lost a few rows because, well, not rows, but like some stitch clusters disappeared because I didn't realize that that was gonna happen. I don't think... Okay, Sin, describe this to me, or I'm going to describe this food to you, and you're going to tell me if it's Canadian. Somebody told me it's Canadian, and it's just like a way to eat fries that I like that sounds... Okay, maybe it is nasty to some people. So, what I would do is I would make fries in like a whole bunch of fries, and then I would have like a little dip bowl in the middle, and we would put like mayo and vinegar and black pepper and shit in it, and somebody told me that it was Canadian, or like and I don't know if what they mean is like a Canadian told them to eat it and then they did and it was accidentally fire, or if that's just a way to eat. Yeah, see, I thought it sounded British too. I mean, I think realistically, it's like only 4 ingredients, so it can be from anywhere with potatoes, really, probably. Well, listen, if you're heinous like me, I just really fucking love vinegar, like white vinegar or red vinegar, any of it, apple cider. I just am gross. I like vinegar flavor. But see, Zach, if you eat them a lot, maybe it's just a thing from, like, maybe it's actually just regional. That's true. I don't know why. Somebody was just like, yeah, they do that in Canada. Oh. First of all, the cat is knocking into stuff, and I almost messed up my stitch. I chained the stitch, but I didn't skip the other stitch. Oh yeah, just cat things. Cat things are pretty much the order of the day. So I don't have that extension that shows the extra emotes, so like, since I don't have it Do I have to activate it on my channel? Like, are you all just seeing the words cat bag, or am I the only one that sees cat bag? Because I'm not gonna lie, the longer I don't have it, the funnier it gets to just see people say cat bag and peepoo ha and a goose. It's to the point where in my daily life I walk around and say peepo ha and a goose in response to things. I mean, I've seen it in full motion on like other like computers and other people's stuff, so I know exactly like what it looks like. I just never see it like on any of my devices, basically. Okay, so it's only like a internet thing. Wait, does that mean that Soda never gets to see it? Because that makes me sad. Oh, okay, browser. That's fair. I was out of the loop for a few days, and then I finally asked Flem, because at first I thought it was like an inside joke that I had somehow missed out on, where everyone was saying peepoo ha and a goose. And I was like, I want to know what that means. Okay, this is row 2 finished. I think for the next row, I think I'm going to do like puff stitches, which kind of look how they sound. They're just like you'd use a bunch of yarn and make like a little puffy circle thing with it. So I'm gonna make my turning chain. The puff stitches will not be on like the very border edge, so the first stitch and the last stitch of this row will both be like, this is the chain 2, which functions as a double crochet, and then we will put a double crochet at the very end when we're done. And instead of, I will be like, am I supposed to chain another one or not? It's been a while since I made one of these. I am going to not. So I'm just going to go for my chain 2. I'm going to yarn over, and I'm going to go into the top of each double crochet that I've done here, and that's where we're going to put our puffs. So I've yarned over once. I'm going to go in, and I'm going to pull up a loop, yarn over, go in, pull up a loop, yarn over, go in, pull up a loop, yarn over. How many do we got? 6, 7, 8. Pull up 9. Go over 10, and then I'm going to pull through all of them. And then I'm going to do one more like chain over and pull, and then that tightens it, and then that is the first kind of little cluster puff stitch thing. Okay. And basically what you do is you just keep going until you get 10 on your hook. And then you pull the 10th through them all. And then you pull the yarn through the loop to close it off, basically. The only reason that it looks easy is partially, Quinn, because those who cannot do, teach. Okay? So, maybe think about that. But also, because I've been doing it since before Rona. Like the summer before. Quinn, it's a hook. That's your problem. Needles are for knitting. You're trying to knit. I'm kidding. You can call it whichever. It doesn't bother me. But I've been doing it for a few years, and I stick to the same types of patterns pretty much. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I almost messed up that whole stitch, but I didn't. You don't know how I messed it up almost, but... Yeah, see, like, when we first started hanging out with Mitch and Zach and everybody, that was pretty much the year that I started, and I want to say that was 3 years ago? And I started off with just granny squares, and I started learning a very small amount of like granny square stuff, and I pretty much immediately went into making a blanket. And the first blanket that I made was so heinously bad. I didn't know how to make anything lay flat, and I didn't know how to keep corners from curling or how to add stitches appropriately. So what it basically did was it curled and it was rectangular. So we used it as Patrick's gaming chair cover for like a few years, and then it started to fall apart because it didn't have a whole lot of integrity. I've encountered a knot. Hold on. I still have it, but like, rest assured, it looks like trash. And then after that, I kind of started making just granny squares that got bigger and turned into big blankets, and that got me used to a lot of the basic motions. Oh wait, I have to undo this one because I only did 8 instead of 10. Which 8 would still make somewhat of a puff stitch, but it kind of, I want to say people call it when it's like 6 or 8, I want to say people call that a bean stitch. I'm not 100% sure. That's what I did like the first few years that I tried to crochet, Quinn. And it's one of those things where part of it is like when you're starting out, at the beginning, it doesn't really seem like what you're making is turning into anything. I had a hard time believing that what I was doing actually was going to turn into something that looked normal. I took part of what helped me, which I don't know that everybody or even most people need something like this, but I took a class at Gen Con, and that helped a lot. All we did in the class was learn a single crochet stitch, and we basically made what would be called a washcloth if it wasn't actually horrendous looking when it was done. Mine was like this big, and it's just like a green single crochet like patch, and all of the corners are really weird looking, but you know, it helped me understand a lot, like when it came to adding rows. Congrats, Sai, on your rugged Pokemon. I kind of wanted to add the stream raiders to my channel because I love stream raiders. Like, my level's not very high, but a lot of the streamers that I had watched before Cyclops Gaming really did a whole lot of stuff when they were still doing YouTube's mostly. I would watch certain ESO streamers and they would do that, and I don't know, like, I play it on my browser sometimes, but I couldn't find it in the extensions when I originally looked, and I don't know if I just missed it or what. It's a bot and a website. Okay, I've been to their website. I need to look over the part that's not just the game. I am not. This is just a regular, like, smartwatch. I've seen those, though. I've also seen an app that counts, if you want to stream. That would be cool. I would appreciate that because I really like that game and I think it would be fun to play it. Oh! Stitches in Experiment 626. My mistake. Yes, he is my background on my watch because it has like a phone app and you can, they have like all kinds of backgrounds on their little app thing, but you can also insert your own picture, so, you know, and it has to be sassy Stitch, you know, reading his mail. For a while I also had, it was a picture of Gumball Watterson from The Amazing World of Gumball, and he was like, I forget which episode it is, but it's like in a dark room and he's in a pile of pink stuffed animals and he looks just absolutely done with life, and that was a really good one. Let's do Discord because I think I have it set up right now in my settings to block links because I wasn't sure how much security I wanted. And I don't know what all I left and didn't leave. Because originally I just had the like the highest of security measures on because I was just like, I'm so scared. I don't know why though, because like pretty much nothing happens most of the time. I keep having to resituate my yarn, I'm sorry. Thanks, Bob, I appreciate it. That's fair, Quinn. I think for the most part, the thing that makes you, like, click OK before you chat sometimes is enough to deter, like, the lazy trolls, at least. People don't like clicking through things in order to harass others. It's too much work. Originally, I thought I would have it be like only followers could chat, but then that seemed kind of oppressive because like a lot of people in the art community are also really shy. Myself included. I don't always like to follow the first time or like... Yeah, that's true. Because sometimes people are willing to go the distance. Yeah, we hate a bot. We hate a bot unless it's a bot that we allow. Sometimes we hate those bots too. Like, I've seen Nightbot just get really fucky on people sometimes. But I think that's like, has its own settings too. You do get weirdos, Quinn. Like, Flem got some too, but I feel like I've seen it happen more often for you. Whereas Flem had that one person just come back with a lot of accounts, which was weird. Sin out here with the facts. Listen, I know you meant mature option, but like I'm literally just picturing the nature option. You're sitting in a room full of ferns. I feel like edgy teen can mean so many things because when I was an edgy teen, I would like... I'm not saying I would seek out mature spaces because I really didn't, but like if I was trying to be edgy, it would mean that I would like go somewhere and like lurk. That was me being edgy and brooding in the background. Like, it's not even necessarily that they talk about the depression. It's like, it's not what they say, it's how they say it a lot of the times. Like, I don't know. No, like, I don't know. The details that they choose specifically just don't, yeah. We know who you mean, Sid. And I legitimately, was trying to be nice, you know, polite in the chat. But I also really didn't know what to say to them. Like, they would say a lot of long, weird things. It's like, I don't know what to even reply. I mean, Quinn, sometimes when people say certain things, like, that is the appropriate response. Sometimes people do just need therapy, and it's not like, it's not a bad thing. But it is something that, like, you can't just project that onto other people. It's not your responsibility. And it's not really like you advertise yourself as a, like, mental health chat either, because some people do that, and those people are great, and they're also braver than me. But go to those spaces because people are making those spaces available. Don't go into other people's spaces and try and make it your vent space, I guess. And it's not like those spaces are hard to find either. Like, I seek them out and find them all the time. I think people trust you, Quinn, because a helmet is a neutral face, you know? They don't have to hide anything from this guy. This guy is a savior. I didn't say they were attracted for the right reasons. The helmet symbolizes strength and the sock hands symbolize softness. You have both, Quinn. They see your duality and they appreciate it. Bob up here with the pee-pee party. There's an Omastar. I believe that's Gen 1. For people who care about that. Nobody sings the Chili Dog song quite as good as Flem, though. I don't think John Cougar Mellencamp himself could even match the passion. Partially because that dude's kind of bitter, but, you know. Flem just sings so good. He is a bitter melon. Yeah. Punched my PC case a little bit. Congrats, Sai, again on your continuously rugged Pokemon. Alright, Quinn. Sounds good. Quinn, how am I supposed to make a scarf into a blanket? You want me to just quit this scarf and make you a blanket? Just like magic? We'll see how it goes, Quinn. I'll do my best. No promises. Crochet is a cruel mistress. Ooh. Zach, I'm gonna need some, like, compression gloves if I'm gonna do a speed run. I mean, technically I could use compression gloves, like, normally. Actually, I probably should think about getting some with the amount that I do crochet, because they help with, like, circulation and all that. Dope! I would appreciate that. I've been looking at them, but, like, they're always just a handful of dollars out of reach, I feel like. Anything that's, like, meant to actually help you do things better whenever you get sore is just, like, $1 million, I feel like. Though, to be completely honest, I think most things are a little bit overpriced. Mostly because I know how much, like, bulk materials don't cost a lot. Not like they act like they do. Wait, don't get tangled! 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Also, not to sound too much like I'm turning 27 tomorrow, but I've also been, like, putting off the compression gloves because I've been thinking about getting something for my knees because they always hurt, and those hurt me more often than my wrists do, honestly, because that's, like, a daily thing. And I've kind of been keeping my eye on that, but I'm also kind of waiting until I could potentially, like, get a checkup and see if what is recommended first as well. Because I had, like, a single knee injury when I was 12, and then my left knee was never the same, and my right knee's been compensating ever since. And pretty much the past 2 years, it's gotten rapidly more uncomfortable and then painful sometimes. I will join you in the knee brace club. Because I've heard that they are very helpful to a lot of people. I'm not stopping. I'm just taking, like, a stretch break, by the way. I have a tendency to hunch over my work like a gremlin of sorts. And also I haven't decided what kind of stitch I want to do for the next row, actually. This is when Bob would bust out the stretch. I think you have to have, I'm not 100% sure, but I think you have to have, like, yeah, affiliation. That's what I thought it was for points, but I wasn't 100%. There's actually quite a few, like, not quite a few. I've thought of like 3 or 4 that I could redeem, like, for digital art. Like for digital art, I've been trying to actually use the skills that I was taught in college. And one of those things is you draw with your shoulder and elbow more than your wrist, because your wrist gets tired, and you can also give yourself, like, you could advance arthritis in your wrists and things like that. And I'm already, like, using my hands and wrists all the time. So I'm trying to get into those better habits, and I feel like that could be a good redemption if anybody sees me drawing with my wrist like a dumb butt. What stitch do I heckin' want to do? Maybe I will do a row of, like, row 3 between every row, and then every other row have different things going on. I don't know. This is kind of freestyle. We're kind of freestyling it today, which for a lot of crocheters, most people really do like to stick to a pattern, which I understand completely. And for some people, this is seen as, like, a very advanced thing to, like, just kind of do what you want, but it's really not hard. Once you get the fundamentals down, you can pretty much strike out on your own and just try stuff, you know? Oh, thanks, Sai. Okay. That would be cool. When I started today? Oh wow, I didn't even know that. I thought you meant when I had started talking about it at first, and I was like, I don't even remember, it was low. That's really cool. Probably because of that expert demonstration of the double crochet that I did earlier, if I had to guess. I love how you're sitting, you're just agreeing with that Patrick is willing. Patrick and I agree that Patrick is going to buy you lights. Oh, okay. I thought you were like, yeah, it's me and Patrick going to buy you lights, but watch him go. Either way, I was very amused. If you see me stretching my project a lot, it's not something that you really have to do to keep it straight or anything. I like to do it just to confirm that, like, it's doing the thing. It helps me, like, periodically also check how far that I have come and kind of figure out where the piece is going. Ooh, there's a spider thing in the, there's a spider Pokemon. There's a spinnerack. I don't remember if it's the green one or the red one. I just know that those two are related. I think it's the green one though. Grat Sai, why are you stealing all the Pokemon though? This game is riggedy rugged. That's fair. You haven't always had time, though. See, I don't know. I don't know, like, what takes priority to them besides flexing, to be honest. They don't really communicate much. And I know that, like, to an extent, I think that they are trying to be kind of funny, but it's annoying. Yeah, they said a lot of things. I think it's weird how they introduced, like, battle items, like potions and stuff, before battling. Like, I feel like it would make sense that they would do it a bit before so you could get more, like, stuff built up. But I don't know why, like, it lets you assemble a team and do all this other stuff and it just says soon. I feel like they should either release a feature or not release a feature. The half feature thing is kind of weird. And it doesn't inspire as much as I think that they think it does. All it does is make the Poke Dailies that much more pitiful when all you get is a regular potion and a Womp Womp. A clone ball? What is a clone ball? Does it give you two? Oh, that's neat. Do they have, like, a really low rate, though? That sounds like something they would... I'm not gonna lie, I feel like the Pokeballs should be like 40 or 45%. If they're gonna go low, they should at least, like, acknowledge that it's not just nostalgic adults that like Pokemon. It's kids, and kids really don't like not winning, or they're not gonna hang around a game. And adults aren't either, because adults have already had to deal with bullshit before. It should just be a little higher. Turn our work. Another stretch. Okay. So of course I started this off with, like, a good idea in mind, but, like, my mind keeps going blank on the types of stitches that I want to use, which has not been fantastic, but this does look pretty good so far. So I'm not worried about it, you know. Do I have... I'm rooting around in my yarn box right now. Sorry. While I think about it, I have... I wish Quinn was still here. If he gets on later, somebody remind me. I have the first thing that I ever crocheted. If you're ready to see this very interesting shape that I made. Let me move. Let me just clear the stage. Okay. Whap. Ta-da! This is my first crochet thing that I made in that class. Note that this is where I started, and I don't know how my string got to be that shape on the bottom. Why is it not straight if I crochet just a chain? I have no idea. These are single crochets, but down at the bottom at the very beginning, you really, in my opinion, you can't tell really what it is. And it's got gaps, and what even is any of this? Like this interesting lettuce edge that I have created. But yeah, that was my very first like project. But now I make things that like, where are my squares? I make fancier granny squares now than just like plain, like I guess this one's mostly plain shape, but it has a lot of different yarns in it. This one edge is a little bit curly, but for comparison. And then this one's my favorite because it's a flower / sunburst. But yeah, started from the bottom, now we're here. Oh god. And for like this one, all I did, I believe I just followed a YouTube tutorial for this one. But I think it looks really nice. I thought it was going to be a lot harder to put a circle shape inside of a square than it is. But yeah, so for reference, it does get better. I wonder if I could do... You know what, let's try it, because if it gets weird at the edge, I'll fix it later, because that's how I do. I'm gonna try and do like a row of what they call shell stitches. And it is basically, so I had my double, I didn't even explain how that was going to work. I did my chain 2, and then I added a third chain, because that's just how I remember doing it. And then I've done 2 double crochets so far in the same first stitch. I'm going to be adding 2 more. Okay. And now I'm going to skip this one, go to this, and I'm not yarning over. I'm just inserting, pulling up a loop, yarn over and pull through 2 and tightening it down, and that it kind of creates a semicircle effect. And now I'm going to basically guess this whole way and like make like semicircle, like that one was really big jump, but like little semicircles across here. We're gonna see how that works. But I don't know if I was supposed to skip that one because I don't remember. You know what? I don't like the idea of skipping them both. So I'm going to tighten it down closer. That's just what my heart's telling me to do. Okay. Now my heart's confused about it because it looks ugly. I'll figure it out. Don't worry, guys. We'll get it sorted. Okay. I'm gonna go into this one. Is this how I did it before? I don't remember. The first time I did this, I had a tutorial that I referenced to a lot. And I haven't done it in a while, so I've got 4, and then, so at the first one, what I did was I had the chain 2, and then I chained another one before getting into the 4 of these. So I've got 4 built up. I'm going to chain 1, and then I'm going to put the other 4 in here, and that is because if you build up a whole, like, blanket or whatever you're making of shell stitches, you need that hole there for the next row to hold on to, basically. I don't know. I will probably utilize it moving forward, so I'm going to go ahead and put it just in case. Okay, there's my second shell shape. A wild sigillif appeared. Stretch. Well, it seems to be working out so far. Rugged. Doing this all fucked up. I had yarned over and everything. That's why I didn't know where I was going. Go into the stitch. There we go. Shell stitches are actually harder than I thought when it comes to like working on it flat though. That is the only problem I'm finding with this row. most of these are about the same size, I think. I think that this one isn't bigger, but I think this one spans more stitches a little bit. But once it's finished, I don't know that it'll be super visible because it's going to proceed, like, in this direction. Ooh, congrats, Sid. Once it's finished, I don't know that it will be super visible because it's going to proceed, like, in this direction. Congrats. Oh, nice, like a little amigurumi. I really like that style. I've done like one thing ever in it, and it was a Bernie Sanders doll. I don't know if you saw that meme that happened with Bernie sitting in the cold with his mail, but somebody made a crochet doll, and then I made a crochet doll. And like, I like him a lot, but it was very frustrating to learn how to do the techniques that it requires. It turns out that making a spherical head for a doll is actually kind of a pain in the ass. If you've never done it before, at least. I'll probably try it again one day, but I have been committed to taking a break from trying to make dolls for a while because it took a lot more mental energy than I realized. I will show him to you in a minute, though, because I'm really proud of him. Stretch. I'm really impressed that the cat hasn't come up here yet. Aside from that one time, which nobody saw, I'm convinced. Because I said that nobody saw it. Usually he really likes to be up in my yarn stuff, especially if I'm at my computer not paying attention to him. He really loves to just walk across stuff, and sometimes he will just stand like right here and just stand right in front of the screen, not looking at me, of course, because he doesn't want me to actually acknowledge him, but still, he doesn't communicate what he needs, which is mostly, I guess, to be like gazed upon is what he wants, because he doesn't normally, whenever he's bothering me, like, he'll let me pet him a little bit, but usually it's more about the show that he's putting on. There I go again, trying to confuse my stitches and yarn over again. I'm also going to give out a disclaimer now when it comes to this specific project. I only plan for it to take this one ball of yarn that I'm using, because I try to strategically plan like certain crafts to only take a certain amount. However, I am very prone to just adding more and more yarn to things, so if that happens and I run out of yarn before next week and have to only do like digital, like, I apologize now if that happens. I don't think it will today, but I also never know. You know, once you get into a really good groove with like any sort of thing that you're creating, sometimes it just grows into something else, which has happened to me about 5 times. Like, I made a whole like tunic poncho thing out of like 4 balls of yarn, I believe, and I intended to legitimately not need that much. Oh hey, little Stubby Toes is back. We're working on some shell stitches. I also just realized out of nowhere that I'm doing shell stitches in yellow, and now I'm thinking of the Shell gas station logo. Even though all the Shell gas stations in our area are pretty much dead. I'm glad you like it. I think it's coming along like very nicely so far. Good luck on the Lyron. I believe that's like a steel Pokemon. I used to be way better at the Poke Trivia, honestly, when I was younger. Rugged. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember that now. That makes sense. It is the one that I was thinking of. I think that's like Gen 3 or 4. Yeah, Gen 3. Okay, maybe I'm not as rusty as I thought. You can't really see the speckles unless I like hold it up, I feel like, but I really like how this yarn, like, I just keep saying it, there's like little speckles, like there's a little red right there, and there's like some browns there and some reds over here. Like, it looks very, not intensely speckled in real life, but more than you can see on the camera, really. So like, I'll probably take a photo of it with my phone whenever the stream is over and post it, because I think it just looks really cool. It almost reminds me of like little paint splatters. Fashionable paint splatters. I do too, Stubby. That's part of why this brand is, it's like Lion Brand, and I am obsessed with these yarns that they have. I talk about yarn brands like the same way I talk about my toilet paper, which is I call this one the good cheap brand, if that makes sense. It's the cheap brand, but it's good. I don't even know if it, like, not all of their yarns are like necessarily cheap, but these this series is called Mandala, and they're only I want to say at our local Meijer, I think I can get them for like $3.99 for one. and the quality is always like very fair for what you pay. That's also what my mom always would say about toilet paper. She was like, we get this kind because it's the good cheap brand. So now that's how I feel about like my art supplies. It's like, this is the cheap kind, but the reliable cheap kind. Okay, so this worked out almost perfectly. So for the first shell, I did half, and on the end, it actually ended evenly, which I wasn't sure if it was going to, so we get to do another half, and so it'll match on both sides. Congrats to us. I couldn't remember if this was the type of stitch that works the best on even or odd stitches, to be completely honest. I was totally prepared to just fudge it. For this row, because of the type of stitch it is, I'm not going to do a chain 2. I am only going to chain 1 before I turn. Okay. Move this there. And so each of these like shells is 8 stitches. It's 4, a chain 1, and then 4. So I did my turning chain. I'm going to count that as 1, and then I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, and then I'm going to put a double crochet right in this little armpit. That's what we'll call it. It's a little armpit. And then I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and in the top of this shell where I've got my chain 1, I'm going to go into the stitch and secure it with a slip stitch. So that, let me go over that actually. You just go into the top, pull 1 through, so you've got 2 on your hook, and then you pull through 1 to have 1 on your hook, and then that is just a little slip right there. One, 2, 3, 4, and then I'm gonna do a double into the armpit again. And then that's just how this whole row is going to be. And that will help the next row on top of these shells kind of have a bit more security. So it kind of looks like this, with the little guys in the middle. Ultimately, if I wanted to like make something like shell stitch the whole way, this is basically how I have done it in the past. And each row you basically you utilize like the tops of these for your shell placements, and then they are like tapered as you go. If that interests anybody, that's essentially how it works. I'm trying to make my slip knot into a single crochet again. There's a little got my throat. There's a little metapod in the chat. What did you got? Ooh, that sounds good. What am I doing? I'm putting a double crochet in the top of this like a fool. I love fried pickles, which I feel like probably isn't super surprising because my name is Pickles, but you know. Some people really do not put one and one together sometimes. I would love some fried pickles, but I need you to enjoy all of the fried pickles instead because I don't want to get fried pickle grease upon my yarn. That is the only drawback of being like someone who likes to snack when you crochet, is not all snacks are really compatible. Not simultaneously, at least. In between, absolutely. I feel like the only reason that is a bummer is because it was a Gen 1. And I know that those are more favored. Because ultimately I don't think that Metapod would be great for you in a battle, even with perfect stats. It's still just a little buggy boy. There we go. Stretch the project again. I feel like these are kind of like, they look a little warpy, but it's kind of like with the original chain where as you build it kind of straightens itself out. But since I'm also kind of experimenting with what stitches can go together, maybe it'll be weird. We don't know. We'll just have to find out. If it turns out weird, I don't see any reason why I couldn't, like, hide it. If that makes sense. Under more stitches. Just bury that shit. Oh shit. For a second, my whole yarn started to just wrap up really weird. Every time. I don't know why I'm constantly wanting to make these slip stitches into single crochet stitches, because I know that that would be weird. I think it's just a muscle memory thing. Sometimes my stitches just kind of want to happen. There I go again. Okay, so this worked out pretty much how I wanted it to. Which I didn't think it wouldn't because of how shells work. You just go as the shells go. But I don't want to use the word concerned, but I'm interested to see how this actually, I'm gonna do another row that's like this, so double crochet, chain 1, double crochet. I don't know if that will straighten it out enough. If I get to like here and it doesn't seem to be, I'm probably going to go back and like put like a solid row, and that's how I will fix that. So we're going to chain 2 and then turn the work. And then chain 1 for our space. Skip 1 stitch. That is hard for me to see, honestly. There it is. Okay. Go into this one. There we go. Chain 1. Go in the stitch, please. That's kind of straightening it out. I'll probably be fine. I don't know. Yeah, that's looking okay. That's looking mostly okay so far. I think this row can stay how it's going. No. Trying to get my head like not in the shot is actually a challenge because I'm used to just being able to like put my head all the way up in my crafts business. I guess I can pull it up to me so that my head doesn't block the camera. It's just like my grandma used to tell me when I was eating. She was like obsessed with manners, but ultimately she was just like, you don't need to lean your whole head down to your plate. Just raise your fork to your mouth, dude. She did not talk like that, by the way. She talked like a very old person. But I feel like this lesson applies. Like, don't cover your camera with your head. Just move your work. Oh, it's actually kind of blurry and all the way up because I was still looking down at it. I'm sorry, guys. I'll figure it out. There's a shed ninja in the chat, which is like a cicada for the uninitiated. Which should make sense when you realize that it has the word shed in it, because they look like they shed their skin a lot. Stretching it out. Grazie on the rugged bug. We have hit the blue. think it's really nice too. It's a very deep blue. Oh shit. I just went around all of those stitches and inside of none of them. Oh god. I'm doing it again. There we go. Nope, dragging it all across. Okie dokie. Stubby, if he leaves the house without me, he goes right to wherever the crazies are, okay? Like, he takes that as his opportunity to fight them. Because he knows that no one's around to stop him. He'll go and get them and he will tell them with his words that they are wrong. Especially people who cut off others in traffic. He will let them know. Those are his favorite, by the way. If you've ever wondered. People who are dangerous in the middle of intersections. Yeah, but you weren't out for errands that day. If anything, that started out as a nice time. And the only reason that you had to do it was because I had been stopped from doing it by a very wise friend who told me to sit the fuck down because I was drunk. Oh god. Go into the stitch. There we go. It's normal to fight with one's yarn, I promise. Getting close to the end of row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We made pretty good progress today. We are moving right along. Oh, hello, sir. Hold on. Oh, come here. I could see it in his eyes. He was thinking about taking my yarn. I had to stop him. Don't do it, Bubby. Don't come back. Don't touch the stream deck. Por favor. Bubby, did you wreck stuff? Are you wrecking stuff? Okay. Go down there. He's under the desk now.
Come on.
Oh, now there's cat hair on my hands. Hold on. I don't want it all up in my yarns. Some of these stitches are a little bit not hard to like necessarily see, but it's kind of hard to see where the entry point of some of them is, which does happen from time to time. There's a wild Durant or something. Oh god. Yarn over. There we go. Okay. That is the end of this round. Stretch it all out. Oh. Patrick, before you leave, will you feed the cat lunch? Or I can do it. Oh, I pushed something on my screen. Give me a second. I was turning around looking at the cat because he's behind me. Got all clicky on accident. Okay. Next row. Okay, how am I gonna do this one? Oh, first I have to stretch. Ow. I said ow, but that didn't really hurt. Sometimes I just say ow as a response to things. I think I'm going to do another row of puff stitches. I like those a lot. Coming up for Rival Bob. think when I get to the end of this row, I'm going to take a little potty break. I don't have like a break screen, so I'm probably going to just put it back on the starting little screen that I have for a minute. But it won't take me very long. I might try and find a snack while I'm out there, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. There's a little ad popped up. Sorry, I have to click that away. It came up in my corner for like, I don't know if it was Steam, but it was telling me about some like new car on Rocket League, and it's covering up my chat. Are they okay out there? I think they're okay out there. Who? Oh, yes. Listen, sometimes people drink things the wrong way. And then they have to die a little bit. It is their punishment. I didn't know my mic could pick that up. I did not do this one right. Okay. No, it really should not. I don't think laughter would ruin my stream. I don't think Gus Johnson would ruin my stream either. He's probably too polite. I keep trying to keep my mouse out of frame. Not to hide its luminous amazingness, but whenever I was like testing the camera and all that, it was kind of making the camera focus a lot, and I'm trying to avoid that. Oh shit. I just did a weird thing. Mouse cam. I know, right, Stubby? We've been trying to drink more water. It's been going how that usually goes when you are prone to not drinking as much water. Which makes me feel kind of guilty, but I mean, I can't say it also wasn't like a major thing in my life where we didn't drink a lot of water at home. And the water from our tap, it just tastes weird, to be completely honest. I don't know if the water in the little thingies means like... So realistically, he's probably going to get flavored bottled water, but not like the spicy water, not like LaCroix or however you say it. It's like sweetened, but like with natural sweetener, and it's usually like 0 everything on the back of the thing, and it comes in like strawberry flavors and other flavors, peach. It can't be too aggressively carbonated, but it is like carbonated water. It kind of bridges the gap, I guess, for us, which I will drink it like pretty much all the time as long as we have it. And part of the problem is we really like to put off getting groceries sometimes. We were doing the delivery service, but depending on like the store, certain stores have it to where if they don't have what you put on the list, they just won't substitute it, and some places don't really have as many options for substitutions, and they will substitute without really asking sometimes, and then you get a bunch of products that you did not necessarily want and sometimes taste very bad. So we don't always end up with our water whenever we order our groceries still. So that's one we have to venture out of the house for. I hate it too. I wish that if... I don't remember exactly which stores did it the most, but some of them have an option where it's like, if no, substitution is specified by the people making the order, they just won't put it... Like, they won't substitute it. They will just drop it from the order. And I prefer that, honestly, because it gives me a chance later to get what I actually wanted. And I know that part of that is some stores have implemented, like, they've, like, outsourced the people who are the shoppers. And that's kind of, like, not always... I don't know if it's the store or if it's, like, the outsourcing company that has the options available. Right. Like, one time we wanted gallon freezer bags because we buy, like, bigger packs of chicken and we'll split it up into meal amounts. And they sent us, instead of gallon freezer bags, they sent us half-sized snack baggies that you put, like, little pretzels and stuff in for kids' school lunches, which, aside from the fact that they're both technically a bag, really, we had no use for them. Right, Sid? That one I assume was honestly, like, maybe it was somebody's first day or something. I like to think things like that because because I can't imagine looking at the list that you get and then looking at the items and just being like, well, this is obviously the same. We've also had it happen where sometimes if we get fresh vegetables and stuff like that, it seems like they don't really look at them as closely as a customer buying their own vegetables might. And sometimes it's like, I don't know. Like, you can see if a vegetable is going to last a few days longer in your fridge than others, and they don't always check, and you'll get something and it's like, oh, I kind of wanted this for the day after tomorrow, but I have to eat it today or it's going to be bad. Sometimes it is just a little disruptive, as much as I know that it is meant to help. And as much as it has helped still. Like, no shade on those services in general. I appreciate them existing. You were just not having a lot of luck today, Bob. I feel like you really deserved the Bennett. I feel like everybody deserves a ghost type Pokemon if they want one, unless that one's a dark type. I don't know. I'm partial to both because they have those types of Pokemon usually have a pretty good style about them. He probably did take it, Sin. He's fucking rude. He's probably listening to the stream in the car, talking shit, though. He's like, listen, I didn't take shit. It was really funny because we rated, last night we rated a person named Bread Bun who was really, really funny and nice. He and I went to the store later to get dog food. And out of nowhere, when his phone randomly connected to the car, and then all of a sudden we just heard Bread Bun talking in the car to Soda about the non-pizza left beef. And Patrick was like, oh my god. It was a really good time we had. I'm not gonna lie, I have always been kind of partial to that specific Tumblr post because it is so silly. Like, I don't even know that most of the pizza places that I've ever ordered through have had it so broken where you could just leave everything empty without at least a little bit of a warning or something. But I also don't think I've ever not clicked on sauce because I always kind of have seen it. If you're not used to using those websites, I see where a nun pizza situation might happen. And usually if you don't want any cheese on a pizza, that's kind of like a special instruction usually. I want to say that most of them start out with regular cheese, and then you have the options to change that later if you click them. I don't know. I don't remember what pizza company it was supposed to be. I think I added too many. Okay. There we go. Have I eaten yet, Sin? I have not. I'm going to get a little snack whenever I go on break. And I'm going break after this row. I believe we have a toaster strudel left, and I'm probably going to have all of that toaster strudel. I love a toaster strudel. I learned the other day when we were at the store, actually, they make cinnamon roll toaster strudels. And we've committed to finishing also the waffles we have in our freezer before trying them, but those are definitely on our next list. That is the eyeball face that I made. It had the strudel on the package, and then next to it, it had a little picture of cinnamon buns. And I was really hyped about it. We love our buns to be full of sin. Up in this bitch. Oh gosh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 9, 10. Oh shit. Oh, I fixed it. Okay. I started to pull the thread through and it let go. Oh, I did it again. 8, 9, 10. You'd think that I would have learned how to count this by now, but I am constantly trying to put 8 instead of 10 on the hook. And I know from experience that it looks okay, but I don't know, I feel like the little bit extra yarn on there really kind of makes the puff stitch extra puffy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I've been crocheting, so time is a weird concept for me lately, but I started crocheting the summer before isolation. Was that 2018? 2019? It was 2019, wasn't it? I think that's it, yeah. I had to really think very hard on that. I'm not gonna even pretend. And I don't remember if that was actually the summer or if it was the summer before that because I had been trying for a few years to learn and I could only get chains. It might have been the summer right before that, actually. One of those, either summer of 2018 or 2019, I took a class at Gen Con. And that's pretty much when I officially started. I would consider myself a beginner still, honestly, but like an adventurous beginner, if that makes sense. I'm willing to venture out into more intermediate like patterns on occasion. I lost my train of thought again. 7, 8, 9. Part of the reason that I use the term adventurous beginner is because a lot of people actually will write their patterns like, this is a early beginner project, this is a confident beginner project, this is an adventurous beginner project, and I'm like, oh, well, I'm adventurous. I like an adventure. I know just enough to where I've started making a few of my own very basic patterns, and I've made them all a few times, so like the muscle memory is pretty good for those pieces, and so they look pretty good at this point just because I've practiced them enough. I want to get into like there's this type of crochet that you can't do with a traditional hook, which is part of the reason that I've not done it, because I don't need to. It uses yarn still, but in a way it's almost like its own other craft, and it's called Tunisian Crochet, and it's like on a longer than usual hook, like quite a bit, and a lot of people use it for, from what I've seen, a lot of people use it for certain types of blankets and certain types of like sweaters and stuff, and it's supposed to be like you put more stitches on the hook than just one, and in that way it kind of reminds me of knitting, because that's kind of how knitting works, and I don't really do that, but I think that that type of crochet might teach me to bridge the gap once I'm finally ready to commit to learning a new thing. I'm definitely interested in learning to make clothes. I made a tunic once. It's like I call it a tunic, and I also call it a poncho because it's kind of both. It's basically just like a mesh stitch, and it's very oversized. It's got no sleeves and a hoodie, and it's just rainbow yarn. Like, it is an explosion of color. And the pattern was written for like a man's standard XL, and I used a one size smaller hook, which I thought would give me like a smaller size because I was newer at it at the time. All it really did was give me a tighter stitch, which looks very cool. It's still very oversized on me, but I think it's really kind of comfortable that way. But I'd like to be able to learn how to, I don't know, actually figure out if my patterns are going to fit me beforehand, and that is part of where I kind of lose a bit of steam because it takes some mental energy to do the math for it. I'm not the strongest at math, and I get kind of discouraged with that. I have a friend who crochets who's helped me with a few different things, but I don't feel like I can do that with every project and just be like, yo, come over and help me. Drop everything and just help me crochet. I know that you have like 2 full-time jobs. But yeah. I can make beanies pretty sufficiently. I can, scarves are pretty easy. I can make a pretty stylish looking beret if I put my mind to it. Yes, I do say beanies, Stubby. I'll have to dig one out in a little bit and send you a picture. Mostly because I don't know where they got put up. Once it started to get warm, I kind of like threw them all in a pile together, and I'm not sure exactly where that pile has migrated to. I have like these fantastic, infamous little piles of crochet that just kind of float around. Most of them have all like been eventually merged because I crocheted a hanging net that was meant to like be a storage thing for children's stuffed animals, but I saw it on Ravelry and I was like, well, instead of stuffing stuffed animals into that hanging net hammock thing, I'm just going to shove all of my crochet into that. And now it's just kind of all buried and weird. One thing I would like to really do a tutorial on, though, is I learned how to make gigantic oversized hoods. Like, they're so much bigger than a human's head, and they are so floppy and silly, and I love them. And people sell patterns for them online, but they are very expensive, honestly, most of the time. And I don't really feel like it's necessary. I agree, Sin. I love a good floppy hood. Some people attach them to scarves. I don't know if anyone else remembers, when I was a teenager, it was really popular to have like a hood that had like a scarf, and then it would have like little pockets that usually looked like animal paws and stuff on them. Like, those can be, the hoods can easily be modified into something like that. Even though I've never personally done it, I just kind of know how all of those things would come together very easily. Things like that are just like really fun to make. I can teach you how to make one, or I could just make you one, probably. I've never made ears for any of them, but I think if I just crocheted like a triangle, excuse me, if I crocheted like a triangle and just curved it a little bit when I was like stitching it to the hood, and maybe like added a little bit of like faux fur on the inside for little tufts, that would probably be really easy. I could probably get something like that sorted out. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm kind of always looking for reasons to be like, listen, I have got to go to the yarn store. It is a yarn emergency. So that just gives me like another reason. I've actually used the words yarn emergency like in front of company before when talking to Patrick. I'm like, listen, you don't understand. We've got to get this yarn or I will pass out or something. I've never passed out from yarn, but I get really hyped about it. Especially if I know that there's a sale. Ooh, that would be a good idea. That could be a really funny one. Yarn emergency. I'm getting close to the end of this row, which doesn't really mean much. It does mean I'm getting ready to take a break though. Okay. I'm gonna do my chain 2 and turn my work, and then I am going to. I don't have a break screen yet. I only have my starting screen, so I'm gonna bring that back. Because it's the best I got right now. I haven't decided what I want my break screen to look like. So yeah, I will be back in a few minutes. I think I fixed it. I pushed the button, but I didn't actually look at the button to see if it had done anything. I'm out here making rookie mistakes like I don't watch Patrick stream every day. Oh shit, I dropped it. My strudel was really good, Sin. It was the strawberry cream cheese kind. It was also the last one, which means I'm that much closer to trying the cinnamon roll kind. Strudels are probably one of my top 5 breakfast foods. Closely followed by those, the cinnamon French toast sticks that are dunkable. Those are pretty good. That sounds like something Canada would love, though. They like come with these dope like little cups of syrup. I don't know if those came with them or not, because sometimes we would get them at school, but they were very choice. And it's like it's like shaped like bread, and there's 4 or 5 like indents in it, and it's like you could have it in like the shape of a whole bread if you wanted. But they like break apart into like the little pieces. I used to really like these breakfast things, which I suppose Hebrew National probably has their own version. I just haven't thought to look. But they had these like sausage things. It's like a corn dog, but instead of corn dog batter, it's covered in pancake batter. It's like a pancake breakfast sausage corn dog thing. Right? They are so good. And I need to find the kosher version because I've been without them for like a while. I never bought them like actively before. They were just kind of like a sometimes treat. But still very good. Bagel dogs? Describe a bagel dog. What is that? I don't know if I've had those. Oh, is it kind of like a pig in a blanket? Because I have had those. Those are pretty good. I've never had it with a bagel. It's always been like a regular biscuit or crescent roll cover stuff. Wrap, I guess is the word. I'm gonna have to look for these bagel version. I mean, to be fair, Sin, the thing about America is we also had purple ketchup for a while, and it had such a texture, okay? Like, America can, but America shouldn't when it comes to some of these foods. And they also had green ketchup, and everybody said the green ketchup was just green tomatoes, but it wasn't because it was like lime green. It wasn't like a slightly underripe tomato green. It was different. The late 90s and early 2000s were such a lawless wasteland, I feel like, for American snacks. We had shit going on. Ooh, Ooh, there's a flaffy. I like them boys. What color is a shiny one? Sounds cool either way. Rugged. Oh, so it's like a even more pastel-y kind of color versus the bubblegum pink. I see, I see. I'm not sure if you can tell, but we've slowly been merging into like a very dark, there's a cat here, a very dark purple, and it's starting to get more purple. I'm pretty excited. I mean, I'm excited every time the color changes, but I really like purple. That is looking very good. This whole, like, thing here, I'm really vibing with that. I don't know if I want to do another, like, shell row just yet, especially because this is kind of curved, which I will be able to fix at the end, because ultimately, to make it a circle scarf, I'm going to attach it. So that's not as big of a deal with patterns like this, which is part of why I wanted to do something like this today, to kind of demonstrate how you can kind of like make it all work. But it did kind of add a bit of like, somewhere I added some stitches because I basically stopped counting, which is the main rule of, is just know your stitch count. And I'm like, we are wild and free today. So I'm not sure, because I don't want to add too many more, because I don't want to have to like rein it back in drastically. A little bit is fine with a lot of projects. Let me... I'm actually cheating. I'm using Google. I'm looking up some stitches to see what I can do. Well, the first thing I saw was like, these are some of the best stitches you can do, and the list literally said slip stitch, chain stitch, and single crochet stitch. I'm like, why are you listing the very fundamentals as the coolest? I'm not saying they're not cool, but I was looking for variety. I guess I could do... Nah, well, that's kind of plain looking. Fuck it. I'm gonna try... I'll try something. 1, 2 for turning chain. Flop this over here. I feel like I did this on a scarf once, and I got my chain 2. I'm gonna double crochet in the same stitch, and then I am going to half double it, which for half double versus a double, it's very similar. Is yarn over, pull loop, yarn over, and pull through all 3, and it makes a shorter stitch. And I'm gonna pull it. I am going to slip stitch here, and then I'm gonna keep going like that, and it's gonna make like a little, I don't know, like if you go one way it'll make diagonal like little bumps going one way, and then if you do it another stitch it kind of squares them out, if that makes sense. So double crochet, double crochet, half double crochet, how's this look? It looks wonky, but trust me, it works. It's gonna work out. Oh gosh. A drink is a good idea, Bob. Hydrate or dihydrate. That was not a good song. That sounded like a really bad song. Oh shit, I just let go of all of that. No! Carefully. That looks a little bit more like something now that I've got a few. Nice little ripple thing. Ooh, there's a 9 tails. I might have to try and get that really quick. Hold on. Oh, wait. I don't know how to... Yeah, that's not even gonna... I can't even do it right now. Okay, that's fine. I logged into my thing on my account on my Surface and I was like, wait, I can't join my own chat. And I don't know what... Oh, I can do this. What do I got? Okay. Let's try that. That'll be fine. I thought it would make more sense to, like... I don't know what I thought, honestly. Yeah, I got one of those. So I figured we'll try it out. If it's the same of... Oh, dang. Rigged. If it's the same as a Pokeball and catch rate, though, I figure might as well try and get 2 Ninetales. This purple just keeps looking better. Left my mouse in the shot again. I think so too, Sin. I think this purple just keeps, like, as it goes, it just increases, I don't know, just how everything looks. It just looks so much gooder with the purple. And it eventually goes into, like, this really pretty, what I want to call, like, magenta. I'm not sure how long I'm going to go today because the guys do have a stream at 7. What I'm probably going to do is after this row, I'm going to get my tablet, and I don't know if I'll like how far I will get because I don't really have any emotes in mind, but I would like to draft a few ideas and maybe do a little bit of that. I did put it in the title, so I feel like I should at least honor that a little bit. Plus, I think it'd be a little fun, like, change of pace. Not much of a change of pace because still just drawing, but There's a pan pour in the chat. There's a monkey of the sea. Or maybe just a river, I don't know. I think it was from Pokemon Black and White. Whichever Pokemon games had, he wasn't like the bad guy, but he was with the bad guy's team. His name was N, he had green hair. Like, technically he was on the bad team, but like, he seemed more brainwashed than anything. I'm pretty sure that's where those monkeys come from, because I'm pretty sure you pick one. Rugged. Some of these stitches, I made them unnecessarily tight on accident. It's not inhibiting me from doing anything, it's just very slow. That's part of why I also tried to make myself take my time when it comes to stuff like this, is because if you go too fast and if you pull the yarn too tight and don't realize it, the stitches will get smaller. And it doesn't really affect the work, but it does, in the long run, slow you down. And if you're trying to go, like, if you're trying to get something done in a timely manner, it basically just defeats the purpose of trying to. You might as well just slow down so you don't make it harder, like I keep doing. Oh. How did I do that? I picked up an extra loop on accident. Ooh, a warm drink sounds good, Sin. I have some pretty good teas that I like. I think Flem and I actually like some of the same tea. We both like a black tea that has like orange peel in it, I believe. I love tea. I've never been bad at making it. Not to like flex, but I kind of never burnt green tea before. So, and I've always liked tea. I usually think of myself as more of a coffee drinker just because I've drank it longer, but I appreciate a decent tea. Partially because I have this obsession with consuming raw honey. It is delicious. It is amazing. It doesn't actually have to be raw honey. I just really like that kind. Sin! Sin, no! Listen, I would try all of that, but not with the mayo. I would honestly try a fry in honey, though. But I just can't see... Oh! No! So you admit that the fries are Canadian. I just don't, There's just something about it, like, I want to say it makes me feel sick, but it really doesn't because my brain is still trying to actually try it once. When you put it like that, it almost seems unreasonable if I don't. Oop. And now you want fries with mayo and honey? Or just fries? That's what I definitely thought, but I wanted to be sure. What kind of tea would you pair with that dish, Sin? Stretch. I don't know why I have to say stretch every time I stretch my crochet. Mostly because I just kind of today realized that I did that. But I know that I've always done that. Stretch, lay yarn. Oop. I really just attacked myself with that aggression. And then that will be the last crochet stitch of the day. But like I said, I do want to do a little bit of drawing. Okay. So, this is what we've done so far. And I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rows today. That's actually pretty good time compared to like how I usually do it. I'm just gonna fold this up neatly and then we can work more on it next time. Okay, you go here. Oh, trying to bring the hook with me. Okay. Tablet. Ooh, that looks really good. That looks very vibrant today. Like it's not always, but like, ooh, you can see the umbrella though, and it makes it look cracked. That's crazy. I'm gonna move it here. Okay. The main art app that I've been using is Autodesk Sketchbook. I don't know what a dreadnought is, but it's in my chat. Oh, you can see a big smear right there. Hold on, let me get a, I cleaned this off before I started, but let me get another screen cleaner because I always clean it before I start. Okay, I'm pretty sure I did that whenever I was trying to, like, get into my own chat to catch a Pokemon like a fool. Also, I'm looking up at the screen and I thought that these were, like, dirt. It's actually, like, my little tools, which they just aren't showing up very well. But that's, like, where my, paint pour tool is. My insert photo little button is there. Ooh, a note-taking emote. Okay. I'm also going to change, I'm going to not use my finger. I'm going to change my canvas to A4. That's basically just like a standard sheet of paper, like, essentially. I always start off by doing warm-ups. And I don't know if anybody has ever talked to you all in art about warm-ups, but it's like my favorite thing to pretend like that I don't have to do. And in school, I always hated warm-ups because basically what they would say is a great way to warm up is to take an extra sheet of paper, which I already wasn't willing to do, and they're like, draw circles on it or spirals. And it's dumb, kinda, but it helps. There I go using my wrist already. But, like, that's part of why I do it is I, like, practice by moving my elbow over my wrist, and I kind of just, like, free draw for a while to just kind of, like, I don't know, get into the groove of it, I suppose. I can't explain how it necessarily helps me, it just does. I usually do some scribbles, and then I do some that are, like, circles on purpose. So you can move your wrist some when you draw, like it's not the end of the world or anything. What I was taught was it's better for your wrists long term to draw from your elbow and shoulder. You can if you like sometimes I clench when I'm making things, like my hand and stuff, like when I crochet, and it can speed up the process of like developing arthritis potentially and things of that nature. So it's kind of like it really depends on how you already draw, and I think for a lot of like college stuff it has more to do with they just want you to display the technique or something. I'm not really sure. To be honest, I only got a 2-year degree, so I only got some of the fundamental I only got some of the fundamentals down, really. But when I was in like elementary school and stuff, they would sometimes say that it's good to have a practice sheet or a scratch pad for everything, and even in art it's kind of a good to like loosen up the I don't know what I'm trying to say. They just told us to do it. Unclench your tensions and stuff. I don't know. I do draw with my wrist a lot though, Sin, so don't even feel bad if that's what you do. I'm gonna make brush tool smaller. A lot of times I will also, like, once I do my first scribble, I will start in a corner and just kind of like mess up. And I will like start with a little oval, and I will just try and like keep the lines as much on itself as possible. Or not like on themselves, but like crossing each other so it makes its own little shape. And then I will go again a little bit bigger, but like trying to keep it kind of captive within the page. I don't know, this is just like one version of many ways to kind of warm up. I'm probably not going to do a full page this time though, because I only am going to work on like a little canvas, not a whole big one. I have, so for Twitch emotes, the biggest size that you can upload is 112 by 112 pixel. And I had been, there I go with my wrist. I had been using that size to just create the emotes on. Recently, I started using 200 by 200 and then scaling it down. Like the very last one I made that isn't up yet was on a 200 by 200 and then I scaled it down. And I feel like that did allow me to get a little more detail in. So I'm probably going to go with that size. It gives me a little bit of room, and then when I scale stuff down, it doesn't completely eliminate the details that I've put in. Instead, it just kind of makes them appear more delicate, I would say. What do I want to make? I think I want to make... Singing didn't help me decide what I wanted to make. Okay, so I've had this concept for the Cyclops channel just because they do a lot of like those crafting survival games a lot, and I already made the Thor's hammer for the Discord, so I was thinking I might do like a Viking shield type of emote, and I don't know where they will want to put it or if they will use it, but it seems like kind of a good idea. And I'm not gonna lie, like there's no shame in you, like up here these little shape things, absolutely use them if you want a perfect circle. Don't let anyone tell you that that was not a circle. Don't let anyone tell you that you need to be able to freehand a circle if you have a tool that will make it for you. I promise it's not that big of a deal. So there's my first circle, and I feel like a lot of them have like a, it's not, hold on, layers. We're adding another layer for the second circle before I screw myself up. I think I want to make that smaller. That's kind of centered, but not quite. The whole circle's like off center in the canvas and it's throwing me off, so I chose to do this to myself. Okay. I'm gonna put these two on the same layer. Most of the layers that I do, I draw the outline first, or I will do the colors first. I'm not sure. A lot of shields, I feel like, I don't know if I'm just picking this up from TV, but they used to do like, kind of like they would have like this sort of thing going on, like, and then they would have like a color and then a color, and then they would have like either black or white or something. So I think that's how I'm gonna do this. So I have a layer that is over these lines, which means whatever I draw will cover up the lines. I can rearrange them later and the lines will be on top, but for now it's okay if I cover them. Gonna go to my airbrush, and I kind of want to go with the colors that they have on their channel a little bit I've mostly just been doing like my own thing with the emotes and the colors, but ultimately I try and pick stuff that's like saturated for their channel. I feel like their vibe calls for like some good saturated colors. And I'm just gonna start spraying with this airbrush. I'm gonna do a diagonal gradient. It slowly gets darker as you go. I'm gonna leave this on the point of saturation where it's at, but I am going to move this like around the wheel to get the colors that I blend with it. So that it all has the same amount of saturation basically. And I start a little bit over the purple so you get a little blend, but very quickly I will blend out of it so that it doesn't overwhelm the purple. Why do I use layers instead of just what? Like, so that is a good question. I am new to learning layers, and sometimes I don't even like feel like I need them as much as I use them. I want a brighter yellow. Okay. Layers are easy to edit, like, how do I say it? If you want to add a lot of details and stuff, but you don't want to accidentally erase lines unassociated, like say you're drawing a person and you want them to be wearing like it's a headshot of a person and you want them to be wearing necklaces or something. If you draw the line art of like their head and their neck and then do another layer with their necklaces and you mess up the necklaces, you can erase on the necklace layer without erasing any part of their neck or head with the eraser tool. It'll basically leave everything else alone. It's kind of like insurance. And like I'm covering these lines with these rainbow colors, but if I rearrange these layers, which it's time to do basically, I will grab it and I will take these black lines and put them over the rainbow. It puts them on top. So you have the bold outline of the shield again. And that's gonna help because I'm going to, so I have this top layer locked now, so I can't erase my lines. My color I do not have locked, so I can use the lines as a guide for erasing around the edge to clean up the image. Oh, my eraser is way too big. Scale that shit the fuck back. I don't... Oh, that was from my drawing earlier. Okay, I was like, why was I so angry with the eraser? But yeah, see, this way I can bump the outline a little bit with the eraser, and oh, I can also bump the green. I'm gonna get most of this and then come back in with a smaller eraser. Patrick has no ears. Okay. Uno momento, por favor. Wow, that is not a spelling. Okay. I can write good. Anytime I send anything in chat, I pretty much think of Flemmo scolding me for not proofreading. And then I'm like, I really need a sign that does say I'm a dweeb. Because I don't know what I'm doing. Obviously. Oh, that is too small. There we go. I realize right now this kind of looks like a Lisa Frank CD. But it will look like a shield at some point. Maybe, if we're lucky. I also have a lot of things that I start that turn out just kind of weird. It's all part of the process. Okay, I'm gonna lock the color layer. And I kind of want the inner part to, I'm not sure how I'm gonna shade it quite yet, but I kind of want it to look like it's made of like metal. So I'm gonna be working in grays for it, but I'm gonna try and highlight enough with it so that it looks good. Also, you can't really see the green on camera. It looks a lot more vibrant in person, but I promise that there is a green there. Wait, am I still on the... I am still on the airbrush. I just want my regular paintbrush for this. And I need to not use my wrist as much. There I go. Part of it is also, like, apparently I've been using, like, my posture wrong, question mark. Like, I kind of rest my hand more on the paper than what, quote, professionals will tell you to do. But I've also seen some art teachers really just sit in the same posture that I do, so I know that to an extent it can't be the end of the world. I am ultimately trying to improve my form, though, so for now it's going to be a struggle. Oh, shit. I know. Part of it is just like, part of it I do believe is because I'm left-handed. Like working with traditional mediums, I never got good at charcoal or anything like that because I always lay my hand like hard on paper and I just smear everything if I'm not careful. And it's more just like, when I say use my elbow, it's more about just using your whole arm versus just isolating the parts of your wrist that move to complete the picture. And it's not like I can't lean some of my hand on it, I just don't need the whole side of my hand and arm on every project I make, I guess. I think that's ultimately what the point is. Oh! That was weird. That is free software. I hope this kind of looks like highlights, where like light is hitting it from the top. Oh, I understand, Sin. Okay, I'm good. I'm glad that it does look normal, Bob. I'm always worried that it's just like only working out in my mind, and then other people will look at it and be like, the fuck is this? I also don't worry as much about the wrist thing generally, like in smaller scale like this, I don't know that it's as big of a deal. No, not that. Well, kind of. Maybe take that one away. I don't know, when it's actually like tiny emote size, I feel like that'll look. Right, and I use an easel, but the problem is my easel's a table easel, so I'm already sitting down. So I'm already gonna be in my like weird art sitting down position. Which in this case means hunched over. Art's just hard. Okay. With in mind that this shield is not centered on the paper, because I decided to just throw caution to the wind, this dotted line is on the middle of the page, and I'm going to get it like basically in the middle of the shield. I know that sounds very profesh. I'm going to lock it into place. And I don't know if this is actually going to do what I want it to do now that I think about it. Well, I think it might. Okay, I'm gonna move it a little bit though. And I made it more like a crosshair. I think it should be okay. I'm going to take my black, but I'm not going to take the absolute black from the outline. I'm going to do like the one notch down black that is technically just like the darkest of grays, I guess. And these settings basically will mean that what I draw in one quadrant will appear in the other, and I want those lines to be there mostly as a guide for when I color in the, like, I'm gonna do like probably this side and this side. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do them white or black. I'm gonna start with black because the other lines are black, and I know that black pops really well, so we'll just see how it starts. Oh, those lines are really bad though. I just drifted. Okay. And it's not even down here, but I can erase that. Whoa! Right? It is kind of trippy. I really like using those. They help me compose a lot more evenly, but I think that they also, like, it's just kind of fun to watch myself, like, I'll draw like half a page of just like weird shapes, and then the other side just matches, and I'm like, this is amazing. This is high art right here. This is top quality shit. Oh gosh, it's also kind of like when you like do it over colors and stuff. It almost reminds me of a kaleidoscope. Okay. This is relevant for the sake of like why layers are also helpful. I don't want to accidentally cover over any of this center part of the shield, but the layer where these 4 lines are is a layer on top of it. So if I want to ensure that coloring on this layer doesn't conflict with this layer, I'm going to put this layer, I'm going to swap their spots basically in order. And that way it means that these lines, by technicality, are underneath of this circle. There I go with the wrist. Basically, when I stop myself from using my wrist, I just start making my arm do some of the work. I let the wrist keep doing some of it as well, but I don't put too much pressure. And part of the reason for me that I'm doing it is because art's one of the only things that I've ever like really had as a consistent thing in my life, and I'm really afraid that if I get, like, my mom did hair for years and she got arthritis in her wrists, and she can do art and she can cut hair, but I don't know if she could do them for like work or not, or if that would be too painful, and I'm kind of afraid of that. I just don't want to like prematurely limit myself, I guess. Some of that could just be me being a hypochondriac, I guess. This also looks like one of the fanciest Pokeballs in the world. Ooh, yes, hairdresser moms. Something like that. I'm not sure if I want to put... Oh, it just went out of focus. I don't know if I need, like, words, or if the shield can just kind of stand alone, or how I'm really feeling about that. I could also put behind it, like, maybe some, like, a spear or pike situation. That could be interesting. I will say that, like, you don't actually in this program have to go through like all of the work of erasing. Ooh, I could put the eye on it or something. You don't have to erase the background. The background is its own layer, and there's like a little eyeball symbol that's kind of hard to see, but if you click it, it makes it disappear. And then, like, this is basically the file that I would save because it doesn't have a background. And that makes it appear, when you save it as like a PNG file, that makes it pop up on the internet as just being the circle. But for drawing, I leave it on because the little checkers are kind of like eye straining after a while. But since I'm not going to call the shield done because I do want to add the eyes to it actually. So I'm going to wait before I merge any layers. Another thing to know is if it's a type of artwork that you think you might want to edit at any point in the future, no matter what, do not merge the layers. That basically puts them all into just one layer, and it means that you can't, like I wouldn't be able to disappear this anymore or reappear it. It's very final. That's something that I was not told initially when I got my tablet, and I kind of messed up a few times on a few pieces when it came to merging all my stuff together, because then I wanted to go back and it made everything way harder. Insert. I think I have just the eye isolated somewhere. Oh, that's not how I scroll. That's not great. Do I have the eye in here? I have a few different versions of the eye in here. Okay. Let's do this one. Whoa! I don't know why the eye is under that. Okay, let's put it on top of that. Let's open this up. Okay, that's... Oof. Okay, that was a thing. I'm gonna shrink this. And, like, should I put it on this? Like, eyes here, 4 eyes on it? A circle of eyes? Make it like one of those scary Torah angels of fire and rings. That would be an interesting Viking shield. Maybe I will just, I don't know. There's so many options. One eye, top, middle. Like that. Very classic Cyclops. Ooh, I wonder if I could put like around the bottom, I could like make it look like it's dripping blood off of it. That would be metal, right? Patrick likes metal. Let's try that for now. Let's see how that looks. We can always change it if we don't like it. I guess I will do the outline of that first. That's also true. Odin did need only one. And that would make it match the hammer a little bit too. So cute. For the outline of the blood, I am going to go back to the absolute black, which you can't really tell the difference a whole lot on the screen, but I can see a subtle difference in it, and it will help me know where my border is. I also do have a little button on this pen that, like, if I push it, it turns into a tiny, like, eraser tool, so I can kind of edit as I go. If you see me drawing and nothing is actually drawing on it, that's usually I'm just, like, cleaning up a line or something. Oh, I guess you can see it a little bit how it is different now that I've drawn over it. Lock that layer. This does cover up most of the barely visible on-screen green that I did, but I don't know, it's looking cool so far. This does cover up most of the barely visible on-screen green that I did, but yeah, it's looking cool so far. I'm not gonna lie though, it is also low-key reminding me a little bit of a medicine wheel I used to have. Not that it was covered in blood or anything, it just had like some extra red adornments on it. Just to clarify. Thank you. I'm gonna take some darker red and kind of make it look a little bit like it's got some dimension going on. Let's go into some lighter. For some, oops, I also need to make my paintbrush smaller again. Give it some highlights. Maybe not that color. Too much. Not yet. Oh, you're talking to Patrick. I thought you meant the layers. I was like, no, I have not put the layers together. I'm not sure if any of these highlight placements really work. I'll figure it out. I think it's the color. I think I'm going to go back to this color. For a little more, like, subtle. I don't know how well that will show up small, but we'll know it's there. Oh goodness. That looks pretty good. Now I've merged all my layers. Your wee toe on the left foot. Okay. Basically, also, whenever these get uploaded, so I drew it on a 200 by 200 pixel canvas, and that's basically so I could cram some more details in it. But I also save them in the file size that they have to be uploaded at, whereas I believe you also have the option to upload it and it will automatically size it, but I don't necessarily love that idea. I would rather have it sized myself. So I save my initial file as a PNG at 200 by 200 pixels. And then I start a new sketch because I can't import a TIFF file as an image. A TIFF file is basically the file that exists while all of your layers are separate. So I'm going to be changing my width and height to the largest size first, which is 112 by 112 pixels. I've already saved this technically, so I don't have to save it again. It will make a separate save file if I do that right now. So I now have my tiny canvas. I shut off the background and I go to import and I go all the way down to S. Shield emote right here. I open it, and then all I have to do with this is the biggest size, and I'm going to click export. I export it as a PNG. It named it Shield Emote 1 because it imported Shield Emote. I'm going to take the 1 away because Patrick likes them to be labeled large, medium, and small. So this is Shield Emote L. We save. Export successful. I'm going to do it again with the second canvas size, which is 56 by 56. Create. Hide the background. As I do this, I also choose the last size that I made as the one that I import. So the original file is the biggest. The Shield Mode L is 20.9 and it is a bit smaller than the original PNG. It will lose less detail if I use the size that has already gone down, if that makes sense. Because it's already closest, I suppose, to the canvas size that I am creating. I assume that's why. So I export this one as Shield Emote M. It's important that it's always a PNG file if you don't want a background over a JPEG, because JPEG will always give it a background. And if it had a PNG background and then you resave it, it could be like this gray background here. I've also had it just randomly be a solid black background, which doesn't always look bad if you're posting something online, but sometimes you also just really want it to have kind of the floating in midair effect. The last size canvas is 28 by 28. It is very small. Very small. Look at how tiny that little dot is. That's the whole shield. I don't know why they want you to upload smaller sizes, because they always seem to use the biggest size that you upload to them. I don't really know what the point of that is. And save that as a PNG. And then, yeah, that's basically the whole process. After that, look at how blurry it is when I zoom in. After that point, I usually, that's all I really have to do to complete the emotes. And then I usually just take the files, put them in my Gmail, and mail them to Patrick. And then that's pretty much the whole emote making process. Congrats on the Lapras. That is definitely a good one. I'm glad you've learned so much. I'm gonna go back to a 200 by 200 and do like one more, and then that will probably be it for the stream because I want to have a little bit of time. Will you be putting up a VOD? I don't know how to do that, but I'm sure Patrick could help me do that, and then I could put one up. Because I wouldn't mind doing that. Ouch. Oh crap, also, I forgot to show you all Bernie earlier. He's forever in a sitting position, so it's gonna look weird because he's gonna be flat, like on his back so you can see his face. But this is my little Bernie Sanders that I made. And these are his little mittens. I don't know, it was a meme, and Patrick made these, helped me make these glasses because I tried to make some and it did not turn out amazing at all. It turned out very, very bad. He sits on our mantle. Oh gosh. But yeah, that is the only doll that I've ever made. He took a very many good amount of hours. I also feel like a little bit, I think that I understuffed his head. I'm not really sure. He's mostly for decoration though, so I don't think that it's a big deal. Wait, you can't leave yet because I need you to help me make another emote. I don't know in what way I expect you to help, but people arrive. Okay, what am I gonna do for my last thing? Stretch. I'm gonna stretch first while I think about it. I need to do like a regular hi emote, but I don't just want to use the word hi as an emote because I feel like those are not as fun. I feel like a lot of people have really cute ones. I mean, beforehand all I did was sit long hours and talk to myself, so it's really not that much out of my schedule. A burning billboard that says hi. Okay, let me get on my computer really quick. Mostly so I can find a billboard that's at an angle that I think I can draw. That's a good one. Okay. Let's see. Oh, my tab is covering all the stuff I need to look at too. That's great. Streamlabs is being very weird about whether or not I can, like, click and drag tabs right now. Oh, not full screen? Bruh. Work with me here. Okay. That should be fine. Sorry this is taking so long. So, for a billboard, this is a rectangle. I'm going to be drawing a square first, and then I'm going to stretch it. To stretch it... Oh, Tinker, God. That was very loud. Click on these little 4 arrows, and then there's a little weird shaped box here. The weird shaped box puts little dots all around, and you can grab the center one and, like, woo. Or you can, like, stretch this way. You can stretch the corners for an angle, which is basically what I'm going for right now. And then that's how we get, like, a little bit of an angle. I'm going to move it upward for now. I might move it back down in a minute. Let's see. Billboards have, like, those weird little, like, railing. Oh, that's crooked. Okay, I'm gonna put my line straightener on because we cheat up in this bitch. That's not quite right. Squirt is like grapefruit soda. Oh shit, my line. That's not the right angle for that. That's closer. Oh shit. Where I stretched this line, it is a little bit less defined, I guess would be the word. So what I can do to make all of the lines pop out more is duplicate the layer, and that makes it darker. And then I can merge them together so that it's one layer of solid dark line work. I am going to scooch the whole thing down a little bit because I forgot it has to be on fire. Wow.
Hey, stop it.
So sorry. The lettering and numbers that I used for like the months and stuff that people have been subbed and all that was the Bauhaus font. I don't know. Should I use that for the hello? Or the hi? Should I handwrite it? I've handwritten some of it. I'll try it. I'll try it, and if I want to stretch it to the angles, I guess I can just do that. What color? I like this color. Ooh. I like all these colors. I don't know what this lettering is supposed to look like. I'm just going for it. Something like that. Ooh. I'm vibing with it. I feel this. This is good. This was a good... Whoa! This is a good idea. That looks great. I'm gonna take my airbrush again and I'm gonna do like a sideways gradient. So like bars of color. This layer is behind the letters, so you can see that it's not covering them up at all, and I really like, that's part of also why I've come to like layers. Is if you layer them right, it's kind of fun to just color behind stuff and see it pop out. There's wild dunsparce. I heard once that they live in a cave. Okay, now I'm gonna clean up the colored edges. Oh shit. Wrong layer. A little bit. I feel like the way that I colored this reminds me of the TV they always have on in the background. Yeah, that would be funny. The autofocus, is it because of how the screen is illuminated and how my hand keeps covering the illuminated screen? That looks pretty good. I want to add, let's see. These. Let's see if I can make this work. This brush is called Glow. And sometimes it looks cool, and sometimes I don't like it. It makes like little, hold on. It makes like little, I need to make them bigger, dang. It makes like little glow dots, I guess, is how I would explain it. Like little sparks. I don't know. Kind of like goes with fire. I don't want to add too much more though, because I don't want to overwork it. Okay, I'm going to export this really quick. I'm going to label it Cyclops Hi Emote, and then I can format that later. But right now I am pretty tired and it's 4:30, so I'm probably going to sign off. And then I will see you all later for the other stream, which, I mean, you won't hear me talking, but I will be there. So yeah, you're welcome. I hope you had fun. Okay, yeah. And I also don't really plan on like adding days or anything like that, because the Cyclops channel does stream so often, but I do plan on being on Fridays. So I will probably like remind everybody next Friday. Yeah, thank you for hanging out with me.